can get it back, yeah, cause I ain't never done. I'll be number one, working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine, yeah. Everything I do, I'm just being genuine, yeah. I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline, yeah. I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are trying out a more hands-on approach in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodhunt. Now, last time around, we not only reached level 50, which was our goal to earn one of the more or not most time-consuming trophies, but we even went well beyond that requirement. But that doesn't mean we are out of work just yet. Oh no, we still have plenty of archetypes to look at and collectibles to find. So, let's waste no time and start up the game. Why is my cursor cut in half and stuck to the bottom? Strange things are happening, that's for sure. Now today is the 13th of April, and as you might know, the game's servers will be shut down later this month, more specifically on the 28th. So we have quite the limited time. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Because at first things might look okay, but they aren't. Because if you take a closer look at the bottom of the screen, you might notice that it is actually its top. What happened? Actually, the right side is the left as well, but that's more difficult to notice. let's check what's happening. Something seemingly went wrong here, but this is all right. That never happened before. All right, we're back. Indeed, this game is a bit uncooperative when it comes to recording it. It doesn't like to play nicely with my recorder card, to say the least. But it seems we're okay. Oh, we completed some random challenges. Those appear all of the time, reaching level 20 and 25 with certain archetypes. I think it's just a bug. But let's see where we are exactly. We're up here. But we have to come back to our usual spot. Oh, hello there. And figure out what shall we do today. Now, you see, last time we looked at the Bruja clan, more specifically its archetype, the Brute. And today we are continuing our exploration with the Bruja clan, but taking a closer look at its other archetype, the Vandal. Now, as you can see, unlike with the previous archetypes, I don't have this one leveled up all the way to level 25, and thus not all of its perks are unlocked. You can see this one is actually still logged, so now I have the chance to show you how the perks are unlocked. You can see it says how to unlock reach archetype level 20, and we are only level 19, falling short of just 1. But before we get into the perks, let's see the powers. So the clan power is the same as the Brutes, since they belong to the same clan. However, the Vandal's archetype power is a different idea when it comes to a great punch. With the Brute, it was a shockwave hitting the air with such ferocity that it creates a barrier that not only sends our foe flying, but stops any bullets coming towards us. Now the Vandal does it a bit differently with the Earth Shock, which is a leap and then a hit at the ground, which sends a similar shockwave, not only dealing damage but making our enemy fly away. Now, in my opinion, the Brute's ability or power is much easier to use, even though the damage the shockwave barrier deals is always the same, whereas here, depending on the height you start this move from makes the damage scale up. So if you are, let's say, jumping off of a tall building and then hitting your enemy with this power, they will take increased damage. And that actually hints at a rather interesting combo of the two powers. And then we have the Adrenaline Rush, the passive power, which makes us gain moderate damage resistance when in close proximity of enemies, meaning that unlike the brute's ability to regenerate half of their health, and thus making the fights a bit more fragmented, since we have to get out of harm's way to quickly regenerate, here we can go all the way and get as close to our enemy as possible, which obviously makes melee combat much more favorable. And that is no surprise, since the Bruja likes to get their hands dirty. So let's start a game. Let's see what we get, and then decide on what challenges we shall take on today. There are still quite a lot of collectibles and challenges I want to take a crack at, even though I'm not necessarily sure I will get far with them. But who knows? Who knows what awaits us? Maybe this will be our lucky day. Well, definitely when it comes to the matchmaking timer. Coastly Ghost, welcome in and thank you for the daily check-in. How are you doing today? Now, I think for this game, as much as it might cause my untimely demise, we should start somewhere in the middle of the map, not on the edges like I usually do. After all, the Bruja is not known for strategical planning. I'm good, yourself? I'm doing quite alright. I'm a bit tired myself, but I'm happy to be back with this game. This is one of my last streams with this game, unfortunately, since it will be shutting down in, I do believe, 16 days? No, 15 days, unfortunately, so time is running out. Now what do we have here? Off-duty and loot royale. Now off-duty is really interesting. That means the entity hunters are not deployed and we don't have to worry about them. And loot royale makes every location a high tier loot location, as you could have seen on the map. Really? Why? But unfortunately this game couldn't reach the success the publisher was hoping for. And even though it started as an early access title back... Ow! I let you go, and then how do you... thank me by killing me. After it released, it was only in active development for another year, and then it was pretty much abandoned. When it comes to new content, that was back in 2023, and since then the writing was kind of on the wall. This was a wonderful first game. Because as much as level 400, goodness. Because as much as the game had a kind of dedicated player base, it was rather small, and now the company earlier this year announced that since the prices and costs of running the servers went up considerably, they will be shutting down the servers, which is unfortunately the end of the game, since it was and is a live service title, so you can't really do anything without the servers, which is a shame, because all the things people unlocked, the entire map, the game, it's gone. Not to mention all the items that people spent actual money on. But the truth is, it's just one of the many live service games that didn't reach the expected success and is shutting down. That's a shame. It really is, in my opinion. I started playing this game after the development ended, but I still enjoyed it quite a lot. And when I learned that the game would not be available for long, and I got a PlayStation 5 to stream it from, I decided to show as much to my viewers of it as possible. Even though that unfortunately will not be all, since I'm rather running out of time and there are some really time-consuming challenges in the game. But I hope I can give just a glimpse of what it was like. I've been going through all of the different aspects of the game, all the menus, all the items I could gather, and the many different clans and archetypes people can play as. There are a total of 9, and we are playing the 6th one today. There are 3 that I haven't played ever, and I will be playing those this and next week. Now let's try to not get murdered this time right away. It's okay to get murdered, but you know, I'd prefer to do it with moderation. Now, what shall we do? Not yet? Not a lot, exactly. Which is actually quite funny, because I'm not overly good at Battle Royale games, and this one is no different, really. Especially because it has quite a detailed graphical style, so I often have trouble with just even noticing enemies. But as I started playing it more and more, I got to enjoy it quite a lot. And it definitely helps that there are a lot of bots in the game, especially with the dwindling player base. The game tries to populate the matches with bots as much as it is able to. And don't be fooled, the bots themselves are no pushover either. They can get you if you're not careful, especially if you run into multiple at a time. But the players, well, the players are rather deadly, because some of them have been playing this game for 3-4 years at this time. I guess it shows the extreme difference in experience and skill that I had to actively grind my way up to level 50, which was the requirement of a trophy. And the person who killed me in the previous game was at over 400 level, I think. So yeah, there's quite a difference. Oh, come on, you. I think this person might have been the highest level player I've ever come across. I have met level 300 players before. It's serious. He just left me like that. These muses. They have a rather interesting ability. They can use their powers even when they are downed, and since they have a projection dash power, they can try to get away. Well, in this case it didn't work. What do we have here? Another crossbow, not necessarily what I need. Do I have a key? I do think I have a key to open this Camarilla cache. Ooh! Ho, legendary SMG. Let's go and have some fun. Nah. So we still have the sleep, but we also have the shockwave punch that I talked about, so let's try to use that. Like so. Yes, I unfortunately hit a civilian with it, earning me a Bloodhunt. And apparently, the person who killed me managed to get shot by someone else. No, 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 no! I was so close to regenerating. Just 2 seconds. Now, I couldn't exactly see what the damage was that I dealt, unfortunately. I think the base damage of this punch is 20, and that increases based on the altitude you leap from. Excuse me, that was rude. On whose part? Mine or theirs? Okay, that's one. Oh, I love how they go towards their bombs. Leave me alone. Theirs. Oh, oh. I'm sorry to say, but you haven't seen anything. People are bloodthirsty in this game. Now, speaking of blood, let's have a sip and put on a new set of armor. And try to get some decent weapons. Oh, katana. That's useful. I don't know what's happening here, but people are. Crazy around here. Okay, that's one. Where's the other? Oh no, you're not getting away. Good. Now, I've seen some rare weapons around here, but I guess they were stolen before I could get here. And I also think I should really get away, because the red gas is coming in, and as we know in this game, the one thing that vampires do not like is the red gas. Holy moly! That's a lot of antennas. And that in the middle almost looks like an octahedron, one of the collectibles in the game, but it's just a lamp. Haha, I was too far away for that. Now, as I said, a bit more hands-on. Ooh, all cooldowns are reduced. Thank you, I would like to take that. Oh, would you look at that? That's my legendary weapon. Come to Papa. You see? What goes around, comes around. Now, what do we need here? Well, first of all, some potent blood. Which means we are looking for someone, a civilian, with a red aura. Not an outline, those are entity hunters. Those are dangerous people, they are the soldiers of the Inquisition. There's someone. Well, hello there, ma'am. Now, I always highlight the animation for feeding, because every clan and every archetype has a different one. And as we know, the Bruja are a bit more violent and aggressive, and that is reflected in their feeding style as well. Here you can see that they just grab the mortal and pull them in. Quite different from, let's say, the Toreador, who prefer a more elegant, almost seductive approach. I think the other Bruja archetypes animation was jumping on the prey actually, so maybe this is a bit less aggressive. And I also think that someone is on that crane, so let's try not to get into a fight with them, because I'm not exactly made for long distance fights. Okay. Oh goodness, 3 of them. You know what? You can fight it out. I mean, I do have a fondness for a good fight, but I don't have a that wish. But I do pick up the scraps. Holy moly! Can I ask how you're alive with 200 plus damage? That's a nice touch, switching up that animation. Indeed! There are so many nice details in this game. The developers really paid attention to the world building, which I like a lot. Almost every game mechanic is explained in the story as well, which is something most developers don't really care about, because it's kind of just accepted that this is a game, roll with it. But here they wanted everything to make sense. Even the fact that there are cases like these around with rather lovely weapons inside. It's actually because of the late Prince of Prague and a weapons smuggling operation. But indeed, there's so much to this game. It's all based on the tabletop RPG with the same name, Vampire the Masquerade. Oh, I love when they do that. I don't know how I survived that, I have to admit, because they got me. And the thing is with melee weapons in this game is that when you hit someone with them, you regain health. So you have to be extra careful when you're going in close. Okay, let's see. We have someone atop that tower, I do believe. And this is the end game. We are on a really small area of the map here. And someone is up there, I think. Yeah, you could see them shooting the crossbow bolts at the other player. Those release a toxic green gas. And what I'm hoping for is that they will not notice me. Not that I am particularly good at duels, but let's hope we can do something here. Are they invisible? Is that right next to me look like an invisible player? Which is problematic. Oh, I hate this weapon. Yeah, they were invisible. Oh, and they have a bomb up there. It's a Nosferatu player. Yeah, I'm pretty dead here, to be perfectly honest. I'm not killing them. They have a bomb here. Indeed. It's a really clever trap from the Nosferatu. And it's rather difficult to counter, at least for me. But hey, that's level 2. And I got a new record, 5 assisted. I was picking up the scraps rather well, it seems. And that's nice. And I think with that we reached level 52. Nice. And also... Oh, we're not quite there yet. We need another game to reach level 20 with the archetype and have the last perk. But we'll get there. But first, we should look at some of the challenges we have left, because we have work to do here. It's not all just going out there and fighting and having fun. Oh no. We have so much to do.
Good morning.
So let's see what exactly we have. Now, last time we got all the way to the challenges and we looked through all of these challenges and concluded that we might be able to get most of them. Definitely not all. There is no time for that. But we'll certainly get a few additional ones, especially in the clans tab. One is waiting for us right now, actually, because we are approaching level 20 with the Vandal. Here it is. So there's one for level 20 and one for 25. And actually, since last time, since I was playing as this archetype belonging to the Bruja clan, I unlocked the Dragon Wrestler by playing 100 games as this clan. Maybe we will use that one a bit. But first, it's time to look at the journal. So, the journal is where we collect all the information in forms of entries in the game. And it's really nicely categorized. As you can see, we have all those tabs on the top and even kind of subcategories on the left. So with the characters, we have allies, enemies, and other. We already looked at these, but just to have a clear picture of how this game works, let's quickly go over them again. So with the characters, we have the NPCs in Elysium being this safe haven where we are right now. This place is actually called the Elysium. It's a safe place where the kindred, the vampires in this world, go to in case something goes wrong, and the game actually starts, or its story starts with the assassination of the king's leader, the prince, in this city, which is Prague. And since the Prince of Prague is killed, the kindred is a bit scattered and they have to reorganize, and so they come to the Elysium to discuss what to do next, since the Inquisition, in the form of the entity hunters, are out to kill them all, and they also have to deal with the Anarchs, kindred that are against the hierarchic system of the Camarilla, the group we are a part of. So we have the characters. We have Custis right here, the keeper of Elysium. Then we have Kirill, the Bruja progenitor. The progenitor is a high-ranking, kind of an elder figure in the Camarilla who represents a certain clan to the prince. So Kirill is the sheriff, the kind of military leader of Prague, or the kindred in Prague. And he is the one who represents, well, us right now, as we are playing as a Bruja character as well. We have Maya, the herald of Prague, and also the Toreador Primogen, so the representative of the Toreador clan, and also the one who keeps a finger on the pulse of the kindred and society overall. She knows about all the doings of the vampires here and has a lot of personal information. And Omnis, the mysterious Nosferatu Primogen, they are the technological expert who provides the prince with quite a lot of information and intel by using their technological surveillance system, which is made up of all the microphones and security cameras dotted around Prague. Right. I do know that it is rather confusing at first, especially because the game, as much as it tries to explain everything to the players, it is still based on a TTRPG with a rather rich lore and world. As I mentioned, Vampire the Masquerade being that tabletop RPG, and there are books written about all the things that describe this world, and this game tried to strike a balance by providing a fun gameplay loop and incorporating many of the unique aspects of this world into the actual gameplay. For example, how instead of using bandages to heal, you are drinking blood, or instead of picking up power-ups, you are feeding on blood resonances, and so much more. But to really understand what is going on, you have to actually read the journal entries. And I have to admit, as much as I find this world, this fictional world, rather amazing, ever since I played another game, an old classic called Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, I'm I'm only really scraping the surface of what this world is really about. I had to look up some of the definitions when it comes to their terminology to just understand, because they use all of those words. For example, how a vampire has a child in the form of another vampire, or how they sire one, who's the prince, who's the sheriff. Just the Camarilla as a kind of, I guess, sect of a form and its hierarchy. What's the Masquerade, which is actually in the name of the entire franchise. The Masquerade being a rule, or more like a law in Camarilla, which limits what the kindred, the vampires, can do in public. And the point is that the kindred should never let the global population, people, to know that they even exist. So whatever they do, they should do it privately. So they can't use their powers in public. They can't feed in public. And if you break the Masquerade, these rules, then a Bloodhunt is called on your head, which is similar to a bounty. And this game is actually called after that concept, that if you break the Masquerade, you will be hunted down and killed, because you broke the law of the Camarilla and endangered not only yourself but all of the kindred. And there are factions, there are the anarchs, who, even though mostly follow the Masquerade because they don't want to get annihilated by humans either, they feel like they shouldn't be ordered around by the elders, and they don't really like this hierarchic system of the Camarilla. And there's obviously the Inquisition, the humans who really want to get rid of the vampires, and they are represented by the entity hunters, the NPCs in this game. So there's so much to the world of the game, and if you are interested in any of it, then as much as you might not be able to play this game for long, there are many games, many video games in this franchise. There's obviously the old kind of cult classic, pun intended, I guess, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. There are also a number of visual novels which are much better at actually explaining what happens. Many of them deal with the different clans and the politics of the Camarilla, which is not as present here because this is more of an action game. But as you might imagine, the Camarilla being this hierarchic system, kindred, much like humans, try to get as much power as they can, and if need be, get rid of each other. So there's a lot of politics going on, and even though in this game we get to meet the primogens, the sheriff, even the prince, and talk to them, normally you wouldn't want to even go near the sheriff, because that means you are in grave danger and you will probably get murdered. And if you are close to the prince, you should choose each and every of your words extremely carefully, because one mistake and it's off with your head. This game is much more merciful when it comes to those things. Thank you for explaining all of this. Thank you for listening, and I hope that I get to show people this game and this franchise, because as much as many of the games didn't become huge successes, I know especially the sequel, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, was an absolute train wreck. I have to admit, it was in development for so long, it had multiple developer teams, and it did not work out. And as far as I heard, Swan Song was also a questionable quality game. But I do believe the franchise itself is extremely interesting. The video games often fall short for a number of reasons. I think one of it, the main one, being that it's a niche. It's a fantasy world about vampires, and it's not as simple as let's say a zombie shooter or something like that. It really has a lot of lore to cover and understand, and that brings up the second point. If you want to do justice with this franchise, you will be developing a massive game, because you just have to explain everything. There are so many clans, there are so many titles and all that. I mean, in this game, when it released, as far as I know, we had 4 clans. And you can see how these archetypes here, these ones down here, some of them have the same background color, and that is because they belong to the same clan. So we have the red one, that's the Toreador. We have the green, that's the Nosferatu. We have this orange one, that's the Bruja. Then we have the blue, I think that's Ventru. And the purple, which is new because it was added later on, that belongs to Tremere, as far as I know. But it only got one archetype because development ended. So we have 5 clans. I think in the lore of Vampire the Masquerade we have at least twice. And they have all different abilities, they have all different personalities and styles and all that. And again, this game tried to show that, because if you look at the Siren and the Muse from Toreador, you see that they are all about beauty and fashion. I mean, you're kind of romantic vampire. No, the Saboteur and the Prowler from Nosferatu, they are malformed, they are rather easy to spot, so they stick to the shadows, they live in the sewers, and they are really good with technology. Then we have the Bruja, the more physical vampires. And you can see even in the outfits that they are more about, I don't want to say tradition, but this rugged lifestyle and just fighting. And that's why I actually for this character I chose this body armor bulletproof vest piece, which is funny because we actually use bulletproof vests in the game as an item, but here it's part of the outfit. So there are so many intricate details to this design, to details. For example, how here you can see that my character, let me try to show a bit of a closer look. My character is rather unhappy and never really smiling, and that is just yet another detail the developers added, because the Bruja shows a bit more of the feral side of vampires, and so they are gnarling like this all the time. And that's such a minute detail. They didn't have to add it, but they did. And that's why, as much as the game failed, I feel like the developers really wanted to make a good game. I don't know what happened exactly. As I said, I wasn't around. I heard that some of the gameplay was mishandled, that features weren't added quickly enough. Perhaps the company was just looking for more success, because the battle royale genre has been quite a big deal in the last decade or so, and we have examples of games turning companies into billion-dollar companies, and the games becoming such a vital asset to them. This unfortunately did not. But at the same time, I feel like it is a unique one. And I can't name another one like this one, because it's Vampire the Masquerade. It's really that, just that. This franchise is just oozing with personality, and that's what got me so interested. And also it's writing, because I love well-written stories, and in this game, even just write the description of a random item. It's just so nice. It's just so elegantly written. It uses many rare words also. Oh, welcome in, Schmoozer. And thank you for the hydrate. But as much as I am aware that I'm not the best person to explain all of this, there are so many wonderful content creators who play this TTRPG and understand it much better than I do. If you have any questions, or you want to see anything within the game that I can show, let me know. I wish you a dreadful day. Aww, that's so sweet of you. How are you doing? Well, I am racing against time, which might sound exciting, but I absolutely hate running. So, yeah, it's a bit of a trouble, because I still have 4 archetypes to level up, and I have less than half of a month. So let's get back to our collectibles. So here we have the allies, then we have the enemies, the anarchs, the kindred, the vampires who are a threat to the very existence of the Camarilla and the Masquerade itself. As I said, absolutely love really writing. The cultists, now this is a funny one, because I wasn't sure what the cultists were for a long time. On the loading screen, every now and then you get a line about cultists and how they are like the kindred, but they are mortal, yet have the same abilities as kindred, and you might come across them in your games. And I never understood who they were, because I never found a player or an NPC in a game who was different from the others, who was this special cultist. And as it turns out, and I had this suspicion for a bit of time, and one of my viewers confirmed this, cultists are actually the bots in the game. So the anarchs are all the enemy players, the human players. And we, the main player, of course, in everyone's own perspective, we play a kindred from the Camarilla. We are trying to keep the Masquerade intact. And everyone else, all the other players, they are anarchs, based on the story. They are the bad vampires. We have to kill them all. So that's the explanation of the entire Battle Royale. And then the cultists, as much as they seem like they are kindred, they are not. And that is the developer's explanation of how you will fight bots or AI-driven enemies in the game. Because they are not real players, much like how they are not real kindred, they are bots, they are cultists. So again, it's, you could argue, a somewhat unnecessary bit of explanation, but the developers took the time to come up with some kind of an idea why there are bots in your games. And that's one of the things that I mentioned, how in many games I think players would just take that as a given. Like, yes, there are bots in multiplayer games, okay, moving on. Here they took the extra effort to explain it. And then we have the entity hunters, the NPCs, who are rather easy to notice because they are in these exoskeleton suits trying to kill us all. And interesting little tidbit, now that I think about it, the entity hunters are human soldiers, who, on behalf of the Inquisition, want to kill all the vampires. Everything supernatural has to go. And so, even though they are NPCs, they are controlled by the game, they will not only attack the kindred, so human players, they will also attack the bots, the cultists, which makes perfect sense in the story, because everything supernatural has to go. And then we have the others, the civilians, the people roaming the streets of Prague, and then we have the dead prince Marcus. And here we have the next, the collectibles. We will return to those. I already talked about them a bit, but let's look at the next menu for the time being. So here we have the conversations. I do believe all of these. And you can see we have conversations with Custos, the keeper of Elysium. We have the ones with M, the prince, or the new prince, more specifically. We have Kirill, the sheriff, Maya, the herald, and Omnis. And as far as I know, you unlock these as you play through the quests, the story of the game. You can even notice sometimes it mentions chapters. For example, here it says chapter 1, and then chapter 2, and chapter 3. So as the story progressed through the chapters of this live service game. No, unfortunately, as I mentioned, the development of the game ended, I think, almost 3 years ago, and so no additional story or quests were added. And I don't think it was ever disclosed where the story would go, or what was the idea for an ending. Again, as a live service game, I think it kind of evolved as they were developing it, and unfortunately we will never know, possibly. And then we have the items. Now with the items, I learned something. So we have the octahedron. Those are collectibles. Then we have the consumables, the armor, the cash key, the blood bag. You saw me use one of those. The blood syringe, another item. The crossbow bolts, high caliber ammo, low caliber ammo, so all kinds of ammunition, precision ammo, the red gas neutralizer that we can use to be able to go into the red gas for a short while without getting hurt, and the shotgun shells. Then with the melee weapons, we have the crowbar, the trusty crowbar, the dual daggers, the fire axe, the katana, the knife, the scourge blades, and the spiked bat, which is actually the starter weapon when you respawn. And then with the ranged weapons, we have the 9-barrel, a lovely shotgun, the assault rifle, which is the starter weapon when you respawn as well, the burst rifle, which is the standard gun of the entity hunters, the crossbow. This is the large crossbow that my opponent used to kill me in the previous game. This is the one that uses poisonous bolts releasing a toxic gas. The double barrel, the dual crossbows, these are different because they use explosive bolts. I always want to use the word arrows, but crossbows use bolts. The dual pistols, the light machine gun, the marksman rifle, the minigun, which is a weapon exclusive to entity checkpoints, the pistol, which is our starter weapon, the pump shotgun, the revolver, the silenced SMG, this is the one that I found in legendary rarity, the sniper rifle, and the toggleable machine gun, as well as the Tommy gun. Now, with these, you might have noticed that I'm missing a few. For example, I was missing for a long time the double barrel shotgun. And I said in my previous streams that I'm not sure how to unlock these, because if you look at what the game tells us, it states section logged, play additional matches to unlock more. Okay, I played more and more and more and I didn't get them. But I have so many of them. So what's the logic? Now, my guess was originally that you have to use these weapons. That would make sense. But then I looked at what I actually had and I realized, well, that makes no real sense, because I have the dual pistols. I rarely ever use those weapons. Or the pump shotgun. I can't use this weapon for the life of mine. The revolver, which I don't really like because it's rather slow and has a small magazine capacity, obviously. It's strong if you actually hit your target, but my aim is questionably shit. So how can I have all of these and at the same time miss something like the double barrel, which is one of my kind of go-to weapons? And so I figured there has to be some other logic to this. And I know that you unlock these entries, even though unfortunately it is not stated here like with other entries, by talking to the NPCs in Elysium.
Exemplary.
But unfortunately, for the last week or so,
Good to see you.
the NPCs are only greeting me with the same kind of standard lines, and nothing gets unlocked. Let's see here. Nothing. I can't even talk to her a second time. Let's go to Omnis. I do know that I got information about weapons and ammunition from Omnis before, but
Over here.
nothing. And then I realized a slight mistake that I did. Because when I talked to Kirill, I even said that he's kind of stuck on this this dialogue option. Sorry, I'll be back in one moment. Don't worry about it, please. Thank you so much for sticking around and do whatever you have to. I hope it goes well. So I even said, foolishly enough, I'm sure someone who understands the game more than me, which is, let's be honest, not that difficult, they were tearing out their hair while I was making an episode full of myself. But I said that Kirill is kind of stuck on this line about shotgun. And I don't know what to do with that. Well, as it turns out, I made a slight mistake. But I did figure it out myself. So let me show you what I mean by that. So if we talk to a character, it says interact, so let's press the square button. Okay, he said something. No, unfortunately what you can see clearly is back. Oh, that was quick. Welcome back. What you can see unfortunately here so clearly is in the bottom left corner the game says close, and do that with the circle button, or continue with the X. And if the character says a one-liner like this one, it doesn't matter which one you press, because it just ends the conversation. But with the shotgun, it had multiple lines. And since I got used to always pressing the circle button, I pretty much backed out of the conversation every single time when he tried to tell me about the darn shotgun. And I finally realized what it was, and so I pressed X, and that is how I got the entry about the double barrel shotgun. So that's on me. But unfortunately, no new line and entry for us now. But at least I realized my mistake, and from now on I will be pressing X instead. A slight miscalculation there. But with that said, let's go play another game, and when we come back let's talk to all of the NPCs and see if we can unlock any additional entries, which is also a really interesting mechanic in this game, in my opinion, because how you learn about the game's world is by talking to these characters in Elysium or the lobby in between games. So while you are waiting on matchmaking, you have something to do. They just say a few lines, and if you care about the lore, you can check the entire entry in your journal. Whenever you want, you can go back and refresh your memory if you want to. And that's one of the things that I try to do, collect all of the entries, because I'm curious what they have to say. So here we have Windy. That's a variation, which is kind of a modifier in the game. It randomly gets added to matches, such as this one, and it makes the gas, the red gas, spread faster, meaning that our play area will decrease in size much quicker, making the match considerably shorter. So let's go. Let's waste no time. Take a sip. Get a gun. Ooh, that's a nice gun. That's a light machine gun. I've seen this poster in this game so many times. I'm honestly curious about this movie at this point, but I'm pretty sure it's a made-up one. Which is a shame. Fangs should be a successful horror franchise. Wow, 200! 200 is the full health, so I guess they had armor. What are you taking notes of? My demises? You will need a bigger notepad to keep track of how many times I die in this game. Let's get an extra life. And we're back to an extra life. Rather drawing. Ah, that's wonderful. Have fun with drawing. You are not drawing my demises, right? So this is an entity checkpoint. Whoops. Let me show you how one of these work. Okay, that was good. That was 36 damage. Now these are NPCs, but as you can see, they can definitely hurt. I have barely any health left. So let's use a blood syringe and take a sip. Okay, now what do we have here? Dual pistols, not bad. Give me a minigun. That's not a minigun. So these are one of those weapon caches you can find at entity checkpoints. I'm sure there is someone around here, and by someone I mean another kindred. There they are. Now I will not run into the gas to kill them, however... Ow. I know for a fact that enemies cannot regenerate in the red gas, and because this gas is spreading quite quickly, they will not be able to crawl their way out of it, and so they will find their doom. And there you can see, I got the elimination. I just had to wait the time that it took for the gas to do its job. I should also get a second elimination, I think, if the other enemy died. There it is. You see, sometimes you just have to let time do its work. Using gas to eliminate beings? Yes. Yes, now you can run into the gas and do the elimination yourself, but then you risk getting murdered. Much like many other games or Battle Royale games, this one uses a storm or gas or mist or fog that slowly overtakes the map to force the remaining players to gather in one area and finish the game. And in this game, that is this red gas, which I think is explained by a weapon made by the entity that only affects the kindred, not the civilians. That is why you can see the civilians happily standing around and not really worrying when the gas approaches. But for me, it is a deadly thing. Don't mind me, I need this. Okay, we are doing better. Oh, one of those gassy ones again. Oh, immune. And they ran into the gas. That's an interesting one. Why did they run into the gas, you might wonder. That is mostly a move that real players like to use. They use a red gas neutralizer to not get hurt by the gas. And they use the short time they get within the red gas to circle around the player, and that is exactly what happened here. I wouldn't be surprised if this player was at least 100 plus when it comes to overall level, because they were hell-bent on following me. NPCs don't really care. If you get too far away, they just let you go. But some players are really set on killing whoever they spot. And I can actually hear someone moving around here. Yep. Again, there's little you can do with these players, because, as I said, they are really good. They have years of experience, and when it comes to me, I'm not really competitive. I'm not exactly interested in being the best player in this game. What I want is to archive as much of it as possible. But that indeed means that I get pinned against enemies that I will not be able to kill. Let's not jump into the water, because as we know, a shark lurks beneath the waves, and if I can help it, I wouldn't like to become shark food. Now, the only approach I found that can work sometimes against these kind of enemies is using distractions. I never know where they are. But that only works if you have at least I want to say 3 or 4 players overall. So while they are fighting, you can go in and finish the job. And there's the warrior that we needed. A shark, indeed. It's a lovely little Easter egg, in my opinion. the company behind this game is called Shark Mob, and so they put a rather big shark in the waters that line the map on two sides, and if someone falls into the water, instead of saying that they died because they can't swim or they drowned, which is kind of an overused and redundant idea in video games, in my opinion, it's rather funny how no video game character can swim for the life of theirs. Here they said no, there's a shark and the shark eats them. Actually, there is a challenge in the game which I was able to do. It took a long time and plenty of attempts, called Shark Chum, and it calls you to get an elimination with help from the shark. And how I did that, I used the Bruha's shockwave ability, and I lured an NPC close to the edge of the docks, and I made them fall into the water, which was rather satisfying. Though I have to admit I did fall into those waters a few too many times myself, though mostly because of my own stupidity. And there's another little Easter egg that I recently uncovered in this game, and if you like cute things, I think you will enjoy this one. As this is a live service game, there are many items you can unlock, all kinds of customization, emoticons, avatars, outfits. There's also an in-game store where you can buy these kind of items for tokens, which was an in-game currency. However, you no longer can buy those with real money, since the company announced that the servers will be shutting down. They disabled that option. And some of these items you could get through Twitch drops. You might see, or at least I hope, that Twitch drops are still enabled for this game, and every month or so, if you watched, I think, 4 hours of streams in the games category, you unlocked some items for free. And I don't know if it was a coincidence or whoever decided what items will be in this month's Twitch drops, and also the last of the Twitch drops for this game. But it had a rather wonderful item, and that is an emoticon that should be here. Apparently I didn't put it here. Give me a moment. Here it is. It's called Hug Plushie, and it is your character hugging a shark plushie, and one of the rare instances that you can see a Bruja character actually smile. And I do believe this is a not so subtle Easter egg at Shark Mob, the company behind this game, which I feel like is a wonderful little emoticon, and I find it a bit sentimental, and with that, fitting that this emoticon was included in the last Twitch drop. I didn't even know about it. The problem with this game for me is inherently that I missed so much of it, and maybe it's because of the smaller player base, but it's difficult to find information about the game, even though there is a wiki page that lists many useful information. I found so much help there. It also has all of the journal entries if someone wants to read them, but I couldn't find anything about a list of items that was available in this game. I don't know what items were included in the Founders Edition, which was a paid kind of deluxe edition of the game. I don't know what items were available in the shop, other than the ones that are purchasable now. I know there were codes, redeemable codes, mostly in celebration of anniversaries and events like Halloween, that you could use to get some items. Some items you unlock by doing quests or challenges, but there's just so much to the game, and I never really found a comprehensive list of these items, so I'm happy that I got to see this Hug plushie one. Now, we reached level 20 with this archetype, and that means we got this, right? No, we did not, and I'm happy that I get to show you this. I'm not sure if we can say that this is a bug or just how the game works, but you only unlock these challenges that ask for reaching a certain level or character level when you start a new game with that level already reached. So even though I already have the level 20, I will only get it once I start up the new game or the next one, and we will do that in a moment. But as you know, we have to talk to all the NPCs. Do you think it could be hosted on a private server? It's a good question. I don't know anyone from the company behind the game. I know there are some content creators and some long-time fans of the game who might have those connections, but personally I haven't heard anything from official sources regarding that being an option. I would love to see it, but since it is a live service game, I don't really think it could work. You would definitely lose the store, and there are different systems in place. For example, one lovely thing the developers did when the initial development ended was add the community vote system, which is this. So normally every week the team deathmatch map rotation would give you different maps you can play on. The legendary weapons and artifacts you can find in games also changed on a weekly basis. But knowing that, well, there will be no developers to take care of this system, they added a vote tab here. So every week the players themselves can vote on what they want to see next week, and that is what the game will switch to. And you can see there is a timer, 6 days and 7 hours. So I think it's every Sunday when it changes, possibly at midnight. And with that, the choice of what will be available next week was given to the players, which I think is really, really clever. And here you can see the percentages of the votes and what is available this week. But this also requires servers and kind of a global system that can count and manage these votes. Now, obviously, if someone had the right resources and access to the game, or more specifically the back end of the game, they could manually do it. I could imagine a private server where the owners would set these, or they would have a similar voting system. But the company would have to release the server side of the game. And I don't think they really want to do that. Which I understand, because that might include parts that they want to keep private. And there is a lot of discussion among players of all games about these things. How online only games and multiplayer games, they just kind of disappear. And it's a shame, because with this game, there's so much that will just be erased. One thing I heard someone mention is how it's a shame that the entire map will be gone, when it's a really nicely detailed map, and it could be featured in any AAA game without any problems, in my opinion. It's still wonderful looking, even though it was released years ago, but it holds up. Now let's see if Kirill will be more talkative this time around. No. Apparently we only have the shotgun. That's fine. Moving on. Next one. But yes, there's so much to this game that would take months to really discover all the challenges, all the hidden little secrets. I mean, just the other week during my stream, a viewer joined my chat and they mentioned that they are a long-time fan of the game, and they asked if I know about the staring content or contest, my bad, in the art gallery. And I said, no, what's that? I went there, and as it turns out, there is a statue of Liberty, a mini version, in the art gallery, and you can interact with it and hold a staring contest for around 6 minutes. And if you manage to keep pressing the button for that long and not get murdered, there's a little Easter egg, and you get some high rarity loot. And there it is, challenge completed, reach Vandal archetype level 20. And the Prowler and the Saboteur and all those. Yeah, it's slightly broken when it comes to the notifications, but we reached level 20. Let me quickly go to the art gallery so I can show you. I will not do the 6 minutes because half of that stream turned into me trying to do that challenge. But here it is. And normally you would just walk by, but if you look at the eyes, it says staring contest. And you have a really slow loading bar. And not get murdered, yes. Many times, because it's right here, it's closer to the edge of the map, the gas got to me too quickly. Sometimes another player just killed me. So it took a few tries to do it, but again, it was something that I have never heard about in this game. I never found it, and it was just so nice that another player shared that little Easter egg with me. And I'm sure there are more on the map, and some I will never see. Ooh, legendary burst rifle. And not my favorite, as you might know. I'm not a fan of burst rifles in this game specifically, but we'll try to do our best. Now, where are we? Oh, here we have the parking garage. Let's go to the parking garage. Almost, kinda missed it. Come back! Come back, you rascal! Oh, that was nice. I managed to hit the bomb in midair. Haha! 28 damage. So this is what I mentioned, that you can combine the two abilities. I should not be running this way because this is an entity checkpoint. My apologies, ma'am, but I need a fill. It will sting only for a moment. Now, I remember someone mentioning the problem with biting someone on the neck for feeding purposes, and how the poor victim might not survive it, but since then I discovered that the game, or more specifically I think the tabletop RPG lore explains that there is something special in the kindred's saliva that closes the wound afterwards, and I just opened a case through the closed wall of a container. That was strange. Now let's see what we can do here. Oh, the entity hunters are still here. Come closer, please. I want to feed on you, and I know that your friends will be an annoyance. That looked bad for a moment there. Where are your friends? Goodness, they are all dead. Hello? Dread? Oh yes, Dread. There's plenty of Dread around here. Starting with me. Now let's see what can be. Oh! I'm starting to be a tad bit paranoid when it comes to these Nosferatu players. They are slightly insane. Oh, I know that what that was. That was a shockwave. Hey, stop it! Fight each other and leave me alone. Holy moly! What's your deal? Yeah, fight each other. One annoying thing about these lovely NPCs is how they start shooting at you right away as soon as you get close enough. No matter what, even if they are in the middle of a firefight, they don't care. They will start shooting at you. Which, you know, is flattering, but still slightly annoying when you are trying to orchestrate an ambush. Oh, pharmacy. Perfect, where is the pharmacy? Oh, it's here. No, it's not here. Where the heck is the pharmacy? I see it on the map. Should be right here to the left. Oh, here it is. So pharmacies are rather useful in this game because thanks to the Camarilla, there are hidden blood bag stashes here in secret cooled compartments behind the advertisements. There is actually a trophy for breaking into a certain number of... Sorry, I got distracted. What was I talking about? Oh, breaking into pharmacies. Right. And there it is. So I made a slight mistake here, and I chose to feed on a civilian while another could see me, so I broke the Masquerade and I got punished by getting booped. That's not the normal response. I mean, it's better than getting murdered, don't get me wrong. So, I take it. Even though I have to say it's rather distracting. And it makes my nose all itchy. No. I can't scratch my nose with the controller. I don't have free hands. Okay, give me a moment. I have to blend into the surrounding. Let's dance. Yeah, no, I look like an actual DJ and I can scratch my nose. Yeah, that's it. Oh, yes. Oh, much better. Now stop it. I don't think anyone will notice me here. I mean, it's totally normal. What are these? I'm not sure. You okay? You don't seem okay. This is Divine Disco, by the way. A disco that was a church, I think. Fitting name, I guess. Heard that. Somebody's sipping on some blood. That hurt. I guess I get to show you how getting stuck in the gas works. So because I can't outrun or outcrawl the gas, I will find my end in it. That's fine, we have an extra life, and if I'm quick enough I might find someone with potent blood, even though we are rather close to the end of the game, so not sure. Is there someone? I don't think so. Maybe you? No. Actually, let me take that. How many are left? 5? I'm a bush. Brilliant camouflage, if you ask me. Potent blood! Gimme! I mean, yes, I am blood hunted, meaning that my location will be revealed in the game to others, and I might get murdered, but I get an extra life, which I just wasted. Just a shrub, move along, exactly. The problem is there are not many shrubs on the rooftops, and this is the end game, so we have nothing but rooftops left. Well, I mean, we have this little courtyard area here, and this is the end of the match, meaning that 18081. What does that mean? So, what it means is there are no respawns. They are disabled, so even if I had an extra life, I couldn't use it. I guess it's good that I died, because this way I didn't waste it. Oh shit. And now there are only 3 players left. How in the frig did you notice me? Huh? And why me? Why not the other player? There are still 2 players remaining other than me, so go. Go. Play together, leave me alone. That thing that you can see there, pulsating, is an artifact. But based on its color, it's not one that I would like. I mean, this is some cover, right? Not a lot, but some. Oh, come on. I'm not good at this game, especially endgame wise. I mostly get murdered. And once again I got killed towards the end of the game, which means that I have no items or really anything to help me out. But hey, top 3 is still top 3, and I'm honestly a bit confused. Because we are down to this really small area and somehow all 3 players are still hiding. I don't know how we are doing that, to be honest. Don't you dare. Don't you dare come and stay there! I'm gonna shoot you. Good. Stay there. If I have to move from here, I'm dead, so I'm staying here. We have that corner of the building and that electric box over there and not much else. But hey, I'm a patient one. If they want to wait it out, fine. It's the last 3. We're down to the last 3. And I will not be the first one to show myself. And someone just died. That was probably an NPC, but I'm still wondering how they managed to do that. Possibly in the gas, but how? Well, no matter. 2nd place. If I have to wait another 10 minutes and I win, I'm okay with that, so don't get me wrong. I take the opportunities. I'm definitely not the best in this game, but I did win a few games. Mostly due to luck, but they are still victories. Okay, seriously, where the heck is the last player? Capture point. Okay, so this is the capture point. You can see it right here. It's a circle. And someone has to go into that circle and stay in it for not that long. And that person wins the game, or that player. However, here's the catch. In a situation like this, where the players are hiding, you can see the enemy actually right there moving in the background, another invisible one. When it comes to a kind of stalemate, I think, the developers added this extra part with the capture point. However, because it's this kind of hiding stage right now, whoever goes into the circle will be an open target. I heard something. And I'm sure that I am, and my opponent here is thinking the same thing. Whoever goes into that circle first will be shot. So we don't want to go there. But hey, you can always hope that your opponent will get bored. I saw them for a bit. I'm really waiting for them to get into that circle. Now it's no surprise that they have the artifact that makes them invisible. Most of the time the top players in a match will end up with that one. What? What am I seeing here? Why do I see them? Oh, I get it. I get it. Contested. It's not contested. Wow, I did it. Okay, that's a new one. I did not know this can happen. So normally you play a game and the area that is safe from the gas shrinks. But in most games, when it gets to this really tiny square, the players will just kill each other and someone will win. If that is not the case, because the players are more strategic, like me, and they wait it out, then the capture circle appears, which makes it quite different, because it goes from defeating the enemy to capturing the point, which brings the focus to an even smaller area. But if the contestants are still not budging, which happened here, then their outlines will be revealed to each other as if they were bloodhunted. Or at least that is my assumption. I didn't see a notification that my enemy was getting bloodhunted. And I don't think that they killed anyone on purpose to reveal themselves. To me, that would make little sense. And based on their movement, it seemed to me that that they also knew where I was. So that's really interesting. It's another system the developers implemented, and that's what I applaud. Just how many little details are in this game, and many of them you will probably never even discover. This was honestly my first time that this happened, and I think because you have to wait quite a long time after the capture circle becomes available. I had a similar game on stream. I do remember it was in the slaughterhouse. And I waited there for a long time as well, but apparently it wasn't quite enough for this to happen. Or I missed it and I didn't notice. But this is really fun. This is lovely, and I'm happy that again I got to experience it and I got to show it to my viewers. And that's really why I set out to play this game on stream, because I understand that this is how the industry works. If a game doesn't make enough money, it gets shut down. But I want to experience as much of it and show as much of it as I can in this short time. And there we have the experienced punk for reaching level 20. As I said, we already did that, but this was the first game we played when we were level 20 from the start, and that is when you unlock the mastery challenge. Here you can see 20 out of 20, and seasoned punk will be for 25. I'm actually not sure how many victories I have. Apparently I won 3 games as the Vandal, so this was my 3rd victory with this archetype. Lovely. Now let's go back to the journal and look at something else. So we have all of the characters. I think you get those by either by default or just talking to everyone in Elysium, something simple like that. The conversations you unlock throughout the story, I think, or they were added as the updates were added to the game. Now with the items, as far as I know, you just have to talk to the characters to unlock their second part.
Let me tell you something.
The first part is different. So how you normally unlock all of these entries, artifacts, consumables, melee weapons, ranged weapons, is by exploring Elysium and interacting with the items around. So for example, here we have the spiked bat. If you look at it, you get the base description. That is, as far as I can remember, the part that is written in a larger font. So like this. And then if you play the game, after each match, you can talk to the NPCs here, and if you're lucky, as far as I can gather, you will get the second part of their entry, and you actually can see who tells you the information at the bottom. This one we learned from Maya. So let's go and talk to everyone and hope that they will help us complete our collection. Fire Axe lore, lovely. There are lots of ways to cut off an enemy's head. I like a good fire axe. You see? Kirill is a well-balanced individual. So we got the fire axe. Lovely. Thank you for the clap.
Hello, stranger.
I think most of the missing entries when it comes to the items I will get from Kirill actually. Because of my little blunder, not noticing that the shotgun was also one.
Omnis has time. Proceed.
But as you could have seen here, for this journal entry, it was only a line. So you didn't have to press X to actually unlock the collectible. You just had to talk to Kirill. And here we have the crowbar, the dual daggers, and now the fire axe. This red text is the new one. We also have the katana, the knife. We are missing the scourge blades, and we have the spike, the bat. So only one melee weapon missing. So let's see, we already talked about the characters, the conversations, and the items. So next one, locations. No, again, not necessarily sure how you unlock all of these. We have Elysium. My guess is you either have these by default or you have to actually roam around Elysium and explore these areas. We have the command post, the domain of Kirill, the executive suite, which is upstairs. We will go there later on. Hall of Amenity, the little party area of Maya, and the main hall is where we are right now. Then we have the domains. These are parts of Prague, so the play map. And I do think that I have all of these unlocked. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how to unlock them. Moat attack! Goodness, hide your lamps! Welcome in, Physalia. So nice to see you. How are you doing today? Now, to those who might not know me, I am the Dreadist, a monster researching horror right now in the dying game of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodhunt. But let me ask you, what were you doing? Of course, if you have the time. If you need to raid and run, I more than understand. Please take care of yourself. That's the most important. And that obviously implies to both the streamer and all of the wonderful raiders as well. Get up, do some stretches, maybe drink something like a lovely tea, or get something to eat. But if you have a moment, please do tell, what were you doing? Let's see, Agent Fluff, Goldie the Fox, welcome in. Agent Fluff with glasses and a knife. Hello, just chatting after 2 weeks absence. How are you? Oh, I'm happy you are back, and I hope whatever caused your absence is now all in the past and you are doing alright. T indeed. T is great, and Loki's here as well. I am doing quite alright. I'm a bit tired. I've been streaming a bit more recently because this wonderful game is nearing its end. Its servers will be shutting down on April 28th. So I try to show as much of it as possible and also at the same time experience it myself, because I still have some trophies missing. But actually I've been thinking of you just the other day, last Friday, I think. No, it was the previous Friday. I was playing Silent Hill 2 Remake, and I stumbled into a really interesting room filled with mods. It was rather beautiful, and I was thinking, well, there is a special mod out there, and I hope that you are doing alright. But if I may ask, oh, cousins, oh yes, there were plenty of them, so many. I honestly wasn't sure if I should enter that room because there were actual mods lining the entrance as well, but they turned out to be quite nice and harmless. And they had a rather interesting puzzle as well that I had so much fun with, so maybe you should check out Silent Hill 2 as well. Who knows, maybe you would enjoy it or get scared to death. But if I may ask, what are your plans now that you are back? What wonderful games are you playing? I'm more than curious to know. For me, I've been spending most of my time in this game because it takes a lot of grind to get those levels up. Maybe I probably would get scared. Well, I'm not sure. You are a brave mod. I mean, you played other horror games before, and they turned out well, so you might enjoy it. I am certainly enjoying it quite a lot, and I'm looking forward to Friday when I will be returning to the lovely resort town of Silent Hill. But for today we are roaming the streets of Prague, and that is also what I will be doing on Wednesday for all those who might be interested. Right now I'm looking at the collectibles in my journal, more specifically the locations, because we have many key locations in Prague, and as you can see I have most of them completed. We have almost all of them, and these are, as other Battle Royale games would refer to them, are points of interest that you can find on the map, and they have multiple entries, but I am missing 2 of them. I don't exactly know game-wise. I am slowly building a French community by expanding my TikTok and stream content in French, added to in English. I want to do more personal streams. Oh yes, I did notice you were playing Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, I think, with Skady in French. rest assured, I did not understand a single word. But I'm happy that you are reaching success in 2 languages now. Prague, you said, that's where the game is settled? I visited the city this winter, yes. It actually takes place in Prague. If I'm not mistaken, the developer studio behind this game went and made hundreds of photos in the city to make the map truthful to the location, and it is beautiful. I love roaming these streets, and it just makes this game stand out in many ways. But where we are headed now are 2 specific locations, the Divine Disco and the Graveyard, because I don't have all of those entries. Here I'm missing 1, it says sections logged, and here I'm missing the entire entry. It says visit the graveyard in Prague to unlock this entry. And I did. I walked around there. I tried to look for anything that might be special and would unlock this entry, but I couldn't find anything. And so just the other day I looked up how to unlock this entry. And as it turns out, there isn't a special interaction that you have to do. Because that is what I thought, based on the fact that I was missing 1 entry of the art gallery, and I got that when I was doing the staring contest with the Statue of Liberty. I'm sure to those who were not here that sounded rather strange. But in the art gallery there is a miniature Statue of Liberty statue, and you can interact with it by doing a staring contest. Which got me killed multiple times, but I did it. And I'm proud of it. That's wonderful, indeed. It is a wonderful game. That sentence is crazy. Yeah. It was a fun little Easter egg, because if you interact with the statue, you get a rather long loading bar that fills up extremely slowly. I think it takes around 6 minutes, which in a battle royale game is slightly difficult to pull off. But if you manage to do it, then a little flame will appear in the torch of the statue, and you will be rewarded with some high rarity items, which is a fun little Easter egg. Actually, one of my viewers brought it to my attention. I would have never found it. But as it turns out, it wasn't the interaction itself that unlocked this entry for me. It was the time that I spent in that place. Because what you have to do to get these is visit the location in question and stay there for some time. No, I guess it has a counter of sorts that works across games. So it's not like you have to be in a certain location for 10 minutes, but you have to rack up some time in a certain location, and that explains why I have most of them. The graveyard is missing probably because it's a big open area with many spots where you can hide, and so I don't really like going there, since I can get shot from pretty much any and every direction. But now we will be going there and hopefully unlocking this missing entry. No, the wiki said that I will need to stay in that area for increased amounts of time to get the additional entries, but we'll see. I have to go, my dear Dreadist. Wishing you a wonderful scary stream. Have fun as well, chat. Thank you so much, and once again, thank you for the raid. Thank you for trusting your community to me, and I hope that you will have a wonderful evening. Now let's go and visit the graveyard, I guess. So the graveyard is right here based on the map. And let's see what we can do. I will try to stay within the borders of the graveyard itself. Of course, the red gas can alter my plan rather easily, and I can get murdered like I usually do get murdered, but we'll see. Okay, good start, some armor. And let's take a look around here. If we have to spend some time here, we might as well look at all the details. As you can see, there are plenty of them. There's a tomb here. That is not the end. Wow. I have to admit, I have never seen a neon sign in a sepulcher. Okay, that's bad. That was a kindred with an invincibility power, but I got an assist, meaning that someone else got to them. Which means we should gear up first. Let's use this one blood syringe we have. And maybe find a blood bag of some sort. That's not our problem. Whomever that is. Oh, there are bats here? I didn't know about the bats. It's okay, don't worry. Yeah, that's where we've been. I mean, I said blood bag of some kind. This is the living variety. Thank you for the hydrate. I just did in the game, but I prefer tea myself. Now, let's see what else we can find here. Some ammunition. Oh, another open tomb. Vines growing on old trees. Entire statues. Ooh, this is a bigger tomb. Missed, but never forgotten. Hopefully that is the fate of this game as well. Oh, the bats fly out of the tombs. How nice. Wait. Why are there dead rats surrounding this grave? The bone saw is one thing. The human skulls, that's another. But why the rats? Poor rats. I mean, there is a dead, possibly kindred here, so I am guessing someone was feasting on some rats and they were found. Don't kill Dread! Don't kill Dread! I don't think they will listen, but let's hope. Oh! I think that's an old exorcism kit. There are such things. They are quite vintage. But you can find some information about them online. What else do we have around here? I'm sure we have plenty of little hidden Easter eggs as well. It is a kind of tradition of sorts in horror games that the developers' names are included on gravestones, so I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case here as well. Wow. Is this real? Because if such a tomb is actually in a graveyard in Prague, I might need to book a vacation. I can't read that. Ooh, that's no good. Oh, that was a tree. Yeah, all trees are dangerous, definitely. Another thing about this location is it's difficult to figure out where you are exactly, since it's kind of all over the place, which I understand. But I can't really orient myself when I am surrounded by nothing else but graves and tombs. Let's go up here. Maybe we will find something. Hey! Stop it! Oh, an octahedron. You might want to remember to how I got this, because this is another collectible that we will talk about. Now, this is a rather high point, so it would be rather sweet if I could get someone from up here. Problem is, I don't see anyone. Oh, we have someone there. $98. I don't think you can get any higher than this. That was quite something. That was a leap of faith and of total destruction. So indeed, the damage scales up with the height you plummet from. Ooh, that nasty right hook. kind of ran out of things to shoot with, and so I reverted to the melee weapon, which I did not have, so I used my fists like a real brouhaha. I guess a fitting way. Modest volume. And I did leave the graveyard, but that's fine. We spent some time there. Hopefully that will be enough, at least for the first entry. There are so many nooks and crannies here, and we will be looking for a collectible here. Kind of already doing it. Ow! Phew! I was kind of sort of out of health. But apparently they didn't really care about whatever I had, so let's go back. Okay, give me that, whatever that is. Ow! Can we stop? I said that, can we stop? Don't you dare! Ow! Ow! That hurt. I fell so flat on my face. Yes, another 100 plus player. Not a huge surprise. But hey, that was rather fun. I got to show off the archetype power. I think in a rather spectacular way. Oh, tailor stores. That's the one I didn't know. So we have the pharmacies, the tailor stores, and the antique stores. Those are the three places where we can find items.
I think you will enjoy this.
Okay, nothing here. Let's go to Kirill. I feel like Kirill will be Yes, I did destroy some anarchs. Absolutely nothing. Wonderful. Yes, I did die. Unfortunate, but hey, that's how it goes. You live some, you die some. I'm not sure if that's how that saying goes. Oh, my bad, sorry. I guess we got a bit too close there for a moment. Even though with a Toreador, there might not be such thing as getting too close. Omnis, any?
Yes?
Anything? Nothing wondrous. Well, in that case, let's see if we unlocked anything here. Well, the answer is apparently no. We still don't have the graveyard. But I guess back we go. And this time we are staying for good. That sounded bad. I mean, we are not staying in the graveyard for good. I mean, we are spending some quality time. No. Never mind, you know what I mean. Let's start this up. I get you. Wonderful, because all that sounded rather bad out of context. And actually in context as well. One fun detail, however, that I discovered in Elysium while I was waiting on matches is how, even though you cannot use your powers, not even climbing the walls in here, you can do some pretty interesting things. So for example, you can jump over these torches, but you cannot stay on them, you will just slip down. You can also climb up on higher ledges if you are quick enough, and you can jump through these flags as well as get on top of doors like so. Now, I did wonder, can you jump on the gargoyle there? But as it turns out, it's not actually there. I guess the developers thought, well, no one can reach that point, so why bother? Which makes sense. But it makes you wonder what else can you get on top of. For example, this lamp is not here. What about this armor? No, it does not want us to jump on it. Oh! Wow! That might not be the best idea ever, but that's one hot but, I guess you could say. So you can also play around in Elysium if you have nothing else to do, and you can play around with some of the emoticons, like sitting down on the couches and such. You have to get it just right. So you sit on the actual couch, but with a bit of trial and error, it works. Nah. Let's go to that graveyard. Though, I wonder, is there a second graveyard? Because I remember there being one. Just a smaller one. So maybe that's the problem, that I'm in the wrong graveyard. But this is the one called graveyard, so it would make sense. It's a key location after all. Red gas. The entity has deployed red gas in Prague. Contact with it is lethal to kindred. I did notice. I used it to my advantage, and my enemies used it to their advantage. Bruja excel at close range combat indeed. I wonder what's here. Let's look at this part, because I don't know what this is. This is kind of an in-between. It doesn't belong to any of the other points of interest or locations on the map. should be this way. Maybe it's just a building? Who knows? Let's take a look. This looks like a graveyard to me as well. Just a more organized one. Oh, something happened here. Interesting. So maybe this is what I remembered. Thank you. That will be useful. Indeed. So the graveyard has two parts, or two areas. This is a marksman rifle, by the way, so it's not exactly its intended use. Oh, double barrel shotgun and an auto shotgun. Well, thank you. That's a starting pistol. Let's see what else we have here. I guess this is all there is to this part. And then we have this passageway between some buildings. Oh, give me that. That connects the two graveyards. So we have the smaller one and the bigger one. This being the latter. Interesting. Now we already looked around here, so there's not much to see. Who's shooting at me? Stop that! What do you mean come on! I did get them with the shockwave punch, so that's nice. The double barrel shotgun. Always useful. Now, let's see what we have here. Dual shotguns. Not bad. But because they are two sort of double barrel shotguns, you only have 4 shots in total with them. Which compared to this automatic one that I'm using right now, is a bit of a limitation. Don't worry, I will not bite you. My health is actually full, so I don't have to. Come on! Where's the undead in this cemetery? I mean graveyard. Oh, beds! I love these beds. Again, just simple animation that is added to these tombs, but a nice thought. We have a little church here. This tree. I heard someone move here. Oh! Ooh! To be honest, that was mostly just out of reflex. I don't know how I managed to score headshots that easily. Oh, I see you there. I see you. The question is, do you see me? Apparently they got to this person. just a quick meal and they left. Or so it seems. But I hold my ground. Or the graveyard grounds. I protect this place from those nasty vampires. While I'm being a nasty vampire. Look, it's slightly hypocritical. Slightly. But it's for a good cause. For unlocking the entry. And collectibles are almost as nice as trophies, right? Almost. What's this? Why is there a building in the middle of the graveyard? Oh, this is not the middle of the graveyard. Yeah, well, some people might not know, but I do like hunting trophies quite a lot, so for me they are rather enticing. But I do like collectibles, especially when they give you some kind of a meaningful reward, and here we get some rather nice lore tidbits. Are you one of those invisible ones again? No, you were just a Nosferatu. Okay, let's heal up. Now if I get another poison bolt in my face, then I once again stumbled into a mad Nosferatu player, which seems to be a rather favorable clan to play as. I mean, they are rather strong. Those sewer bombs are a formidable weapon, and I think I got most of my wins as Nosferatu, even though I did not do or get even decent at the trap setting part, which you saw when I played one of the duels earlier, when my enemy got to the top of the tower and set a bomb and started to attack me with these arrows. I wasn't really setting traps. I used the sewer bombs more in a offensive way, which worked out. So even if you're not making the most of the clan, it's still really strong, and I guess that shows why people prefer to play as Nosferatu. Now, you could say that's a balancing issue, and I heard that there were balancing issues throughout the development of the game, and they weren't necessarily addressed quickly enough, which is always a problem. And this game especially had a difficult time with balancing, I think, because unlike most other battle royales, even though you start with the same base weapon, except if you have the perks, but even then you start with one weapon, you have no items, the playing field is not as even because every clan and every archetype is wildly different. So this game I don't think would fit clearly into the battle royale genre. It has characters. It's like a hero shooter mixed with a battle royale, which is an odd mix, and I wouldn't be surprised if some people were turned away from this game when they played it and they were constantly getting murdered by the same kind of characters. Because as much as maybe someone really likes playing the Bruja, the one I'm playing right now, and they like the play style of it, against certain characters it's difficult to use it effectively, because your strength is in close combat, but if the enemy sets traps, well, you're in trouble. I don't know how I actually managed to play or kill another player, because this was another player, but I did it. And there you could also see that the gas, the green poisonous gas from your own weapon does not hurt you, which is the same with the Nosferatu's bombs. And that's one of the reasons why they are so strong. Oh, I killed the same person. I guess they wanted to hunt me down and get their items back, but it did not work out. Now what I would need is armor, because I spent so long in the graveyard. I didn't really stock up on much. Let's hide underneath the staircase. That will be a good spot, I think. I mean, I am semi-invisible. Okay. We know where one enemy is. Ooh, that sounded crunchy. That was a headshot. Okay, so there we have one enemy, and we have one enemy down on the ground. I mean, not down just yet, but on the ground level. Oh, one of these things again. Oh my! Did they really dodge that? Just by moving out of the way without even knowing that I was here? You know, I call bullshit on that. Okay. And I have the high ground. Give up! I have the high ground. I cannot see where they are. Assist. Okay. Oh, they are going up. I see you drinking there. But I'm invisible. Oh shit. Switch out my weapon without wanting to. Oh. Sure, bomb. Oh, I was so close to get that. So close. But no CR. That was a nice fight. Shouldn't have jumped down. Shouldn't have jumped down. But look at that. Freeze across the place. Or across the board. Lots of points for the archetype. Hopefully I will be able to get most of the grind down. Now let's see. Do we get anything for this?
Extraordinary.
Thank you.
Greetings.
I've been second so many times. We still don't have the graveyard. I visited it. I was there throughout the entire game. We got nothing.
Here, come.
Alright. But I guess I will need to play some games and sneak around those graves more.
Yes. Scourge blade.
Scourge blades, yes. She leaves behind only meat and bloody bones.
I know.
Well, that's wonderful. And this also shows how it's important to talk to the characters multiple times, because the first time he told us how it's good that we killed some anarchs and he heard about it, and then the second time he gave us the lore tidbit, and then the third one was the default greeting. So I think we have all of the melee weapons. We have the crowbar, the daggers, the fire axe, the katana, the knife, the scourge blades, and the spiked bat. So now we're only missing some of the consumables, the bolts, and the shotgun shells, and missing some of the ranged weapons, the dual crossbows, the light machine gun, the minigun, and the silenced SMG. So that's 4 ranged weapons, I think 2 consumables, so around 6 items, and we're done with the items. We already looked at the locations, and then we have the lore. No, the lore is interesting. We have the sects, talking about the anarchs and the Camarilla, and then we have the clans, the Bruja, the Nosferatu, the Ventru, and the Toreador. Now these were rather long. Some of them had 8, 9, 10 entries you had to collect by talking to the NPCs in Elysium, but I am happy that I managed to get all of them. Now, as you can see, we don't have a lore entry for the Tremere, which was the added clan after the game released. Unfortunately, it seems they didn't get an entry before development ended. Now, the history, we have 4 out of 5 entries unlocked. The Convention of Thorns, Convention of Prague, Second Convention of Prague, and Second Inquisition. Now, I have all of these. Again, they took quite a long time because you pretty much unlocked these 1 paragraph at a time. So it's like you get 3 lines, and then 3 lines, and 4, and so on. And that's why, if you watched my earlier streams of the game, or you go back and check my VODs on YouTube of the game, I always ran around and talked to all the characters in Elysium in between matches to unlock these. Now, I didn't read the conversations or the lines they said when they provided the entries, because I didn't want to make everything more confusing and spend the additional time trying to understand and maybe attempt to explain what they are necessarily talking about. As I said earlier, I try to unlock as much of the collectibles in the game as possible, so I can return to the game later on and read them and kind of analyze them, their wording, their writing, because I do like how they are written, and maybe understand more of the lore of the game once I learned the necessary information to really understand what I'm reading, because I don't have the base knowledge from Vampire the Masquerade, so I don't really know what some of these entries refer to. And so my idea is that one day when I will have the time, I will spend some time and dive into the overall world of Vampire the Masquerade, and then return to these videos and all the information I can find on the internet about the game and understand more of it. But I kind of have to do it backwards because the game is ending. But with that said, we are missing one, and that is the knight in question. Now, I was thinking that the knight in question refers to the start of the game, the killing of the prince, and I was really baffled by the fact that I didn't even unlock the base entry for this. Welcome in, Zeph, and thank you for the daily check-in, and congratulations on being first. So my idea was that this must be something special, and there is some unique way to unlock it. And the only theory I had was maybe I have to talk to the prince to get these, because the prince knows the most, right? But maybe she will only tell us if we are playing the same clan as she is. And so I I had the plan to when I get to the Ventrue characters or the archetypes, I will try to talk to the new Prince M. However, I did look it up just to make sure that I'm not wasting time with incorrect guesses. And as it turns out, by the way, thank you for the break. I greatly appreciate it. As it turns out, I don't have this entry because it's bugged. So, turns out, when the game released, you had to play through the tutorial before you can actually start getting into matches. But that was later on changed. And it became a optional thing that you can choose to do by changing the game mode and picking the tutorial, which I actually did when I started playing the game, and also I redid it on the first stream I had playing this game. And apparently this entry is supposed to unlock after you finish the tutorial. Or so it did before the update. So all those players who played the game around the time it came out and finished the tutorial as a mandatory part, they have this entire entry unlocked. Those who started after the change, even if they played through the tutorial, they can never unlock it. It's just impossible. It's a bug that I guess was never fixed, which hints at the fact that there were some development issues. And I mean, it makes sense. I guess the developers tried to do their best with the limited time and resources they had. And as much as it bothers me that I can't unlock everything, well, first of all, I couldn't unlock all the mastery challenges anyways with the limited time, but to me it still shows that the developers and the company cared with all the things they did, like the community vote, the free game pass, the infinite token unlock that you can use by exceeding level 100 in the free pass. So it's all nice things that they gathered all the items that they had, and they added it to a pass. And also I think as part of the community update, the last one, they added some changes to the map as well. So I feel like this is a small little detail compared to all the good things that they did despite the game financially failing, quite sadly. So this is one that I will not get. And then we have On Life. These are, once again, rather long entries or journals with many entries. And I have most of them. I am missing one, with the Masquerade that says interact with your allies to unlock more. So we have to talk to the characters and hope we get it. And then we have this one, which I will not try to pronounce because I am wise like that. But I looked into this one as well because it was suspicious how I didn't even unlock the base entry again. And as it turns out, you guessed it, it's bugged. But unlike the other one, which became unobtainable after an update, this one, based on the wiki page, this one never worked. I'm honestly not sure how that's possible, but in theory, this this entire entry could never be unlocked. On the wiki page, you can actually find its card or illustration, like this one, and its text. And that's rather interesting. Now, according to the page, those bits of information were provided by the developers. So, for some reason, this bug was never fixed. Maybe this entry was added later and they didn't have the time, or it was so broken that they couldn't possibly fix it. I'm not sure, but they still made the effort to give the information and the illustration that was pretty much impossible to get in the game to the players and let them display it on the fandom side or the wiki side, which is, again, a nice thing. So these ones we will not get. And that brings us to the last one, the tutorial, which has a description of all of the archetypes. All 8 base archetypes, actually, because the Tremere is once again not here. We have the description of the game modes, but it only features the Bloodhunt mode, not the deathmatch or team deathmatch mode that was added later on. Then we have some explanations of killing players, the inventory, the Masquerade, breaking it, the Bloodhunts, and restoring it. I will get through this list even if my nose falls down. Then we have the loot, all the different types. Oh, that's so itchy. Then we have the melee combat explanation, mortals, ping, which is more important in duos and trios. Stop that. Range combat with all the different types of firearms. So it goes pretty in depth with all the items, weapons, consumables. Stop it! Yes, so here we have the cultists, and again, it did say AI indeed, but it says you will encounter cultist bots, and I always thought that they are somehow different in appearance, but apparently no. Even though here it says these are kindred with the same powers, weapons, and equipment as you, I think somewhere else it says they are not actual vampires, but maybe I'm confusing something. Then we have traversal, all the movement, which is rather crucial to the game, and I think one of the most beloved aspects of this game is the movement system and how you can climb the walls and jump from one building to another and slide and be rather quick. And that's one of the things that I'm not good at, and that's why I can't really follow the movement of seasoned players. Training video.
This is a fight for survival. If you want to survive the night, you must arm yourself. Stay ahead of the deadly red gas closing in around you. Engage the entity at your own risk. Feed on resonant blood to grow your power. But avoid breaking the Masquerade, lest a Bloodhunt be called on you. You will need every advantage. All your skill and cunning, and a bit of luck to earn victory. This is a fight for survival.
This is rather interesting. I think I've seen this video before, but I forgot about it. However, what is rather lovely is if you pay close attention, the HUD or UI changed since the recording of this video. I think this was created early on, maybe before the full release of the game, and so all the items, when the character was picking them up, the little window showing what that item was different. And I'm really happy to see how things changed and evolved. Again, it gives a peek into the development of the game, which I always find rather intriguing. So this is most of the journal tab. We do have some additional collectibles here we will go over, but I think that will be next time because we're running out of time. But as you can see, we have most of the things other than the octahedrons. We are only missing a few items, around 6 of them, and some locations. All the rest we either already have or will never have because they are bugged. So let's go and go out for another fight on the streets. Oh my, look at that body. Actually really nice how the character is standing there. It's a rather complex system how the two legs follow the items on the ground and whatever surface you are standing on. You can notice it in games rather often how the character can't really walk on stairs. They're kind of sliding up or just walking on a ramp. But here this one was rather nice. Alright, here we go. Let's see what we will get here. But first, a sip of tea. All of this nose booping is making my nose itchy and me rather thirsty. I'm not sure if they are related, but that's fine. Let's actually go to Demolition. It's a rather interesting place, or at least I find it to be one of the most heavily detailed parts of the map, and see if we can find something interesting. And who knows, maybe get into some trouble. Okay, here we are. Oh, already starting with a van? Great. Urban kitchen. Okay. I don't need any restaurant. I need blood. Oh, you see, already we have an attic here that we can explore. And I wouldn't be surprised if we had other ones. So we have to pay close attention to these roofs. Also, something that is so easy to miss, the bells announcing the start of a new round, or the red gas rolling in. It once again shows how every game mechanic works within the world of the game, which I highly appreciate, because it doesn't throw you out of the experience. Okay, nothing here, just the half destroyed apartment. Let's see what's here. Oop. Wow, this will take some time to explore, but as you might know, whenever you are trying to explore an area in a multiplayer game, you should do it when you get the chance. Because if someone starts shooting at you, you will not have the time to look for pretty collectibles. Oh, and there's another area here. Even though I think I already looked at this. That sounded like it was close. Oh, look at that! A little hole you can even slide through. Adding some more variety to the gameplay. Lovely. I'm trying to go around, to be perfectly honest, but I'm starting to wonder if that's possible. Apparently I did make it around. So this is the entirety of this place. Let's see if we can find something on a lower floor, because we have those as well. Oh, there's a staircase. Come on. There's the staircase. Not much to be seen here. In theory, there is an octahedron here as well. Oh, that's a chair. I thought there was a toilet there. This octahedron is a story-specific one, so it's not one of those random ones you can find. This only appears in one specific location, and that is what I'm after. Okay, that was strange. Nothing here. But I looked around pretty thoroughly in my opinion, but found nothing. Yeah, give me that. Sorry, but this was rather an emergency. Oh goodness. This is bad. This is bad. I need a blood bag. I need a blood bag. Where can I find a blood bag? Come on. Graveyard. Oh, come on. Okay, this is one of those things that I do not like with the Bruja ability. When you try to do the leap, if there's something in front of you, you would just get stuck on it instead of jumping over it. And you still have to wait for the cooldown, so you pretty much waste your ability there. Lovely, I get spawned right next to a person. That's great. Can we stop the flying? Okay, this is an NPC because they love to do this. Walk into the fog and then just die. Oh, lovely, thank you. I really needed that. But this wasn't an NPC apparently. Who killed me here? But that worked. Not at all. But sometimes you have shorter matches and sometimes you got longer ones. This was one of the former. But hey, we get another chance to talk to all our lovely allies. Yeah, he will not even comment on my performance there. Can't blame him.
Every day. Listen.
Nope, nothing here. Unfortunate. Well, I guess let's talk to Omnis while we wait for another match.
Just one moment. Go ahead. Yes?
Nothing. I mean, it is true we are only missing 6, so... Not a huge surprise that we don't get them as often as before.
Well, hello.
Well, let's go. Come on. What are we waiting for? Actually, it is a good question what we are waiting for, because previously I had to wait almost 2 minutes to get into a match, and recently, especially today, I got dropped into matches most of the time quicker than 1 minute. So maybe players are returning because it's getting close to the end of this game. I'm not sure. I'm certainly meeting more high-level players. Or maybe it's just the time of the day, because I also noticed how at certain times there are fewer real human players in the game, which makes sense. I guess it also depends on the region, the server you get assigned to. I'm not necessarily sure how many different regions this game works with, but for now let's try to do our best. We have no other goal but to have fun. Ooh, another Wendy. What is happening here? Let's go to the parking garage, which will either provide us with a high tier weapon or get us killed rather quick. I love how the demolition was the other high tier loot location and no one went there, but there are like 6 other players here. Did I mention my luck before? Because I feel like this is my luck. Okay. Now where can I actually find some good loot here? Because it's okay that there's high tier loot, and I mean this is a good start. Oh, we have a key. Let's get to this cache. Oh, come on. Freaking Nosferatu. And their sting bombs. Why do I think that I'm in a bad position? Oh, I know, because I am. But you are not surviving this, my friend. That's the last thing I do. Oh, I see. It's the entity soldiers being a nuisance. Oh, You got another one? That's great. Thank you for the assist, dear entity soldier. I guess they got lured all the way there from their checkpoint. Oh, you even had an armor. Well, thank you so much. You shouldn't have. Now let's go and let's see what else we can find. Double barrel shotgun, wonderful. We have ammo for these weapons again, which is great. Oh, little living quarters hidden here. Oh, that's another key. That's useful. Oh, that's another NPC because they love to start shooting at me for no reason other than being nearby. Oh goodness! Okay, calm down, buddy. I understand. You're bloodthirsty and all, but what the heck were you shooting with? Okay, someone is down there. They will not get out, that's for sure. But what I need is, well, armor and some health items. Thank you very much. Oh, this gas gives me no time whatsoever. Come on, I just healed myself. Ouch! I hit my head over that. How did I down you? Wow, I must be really good. Oh, you were invisible. I'm sure they got rather surprised that I got them, but I was just shooting in their general direction. However, now I have a fighting chance. Did I mention how much I freaking hate this red gas? And there goes my shield that I just put on. Welcome in, Nivels. How are you doing? I am so freaking sick and tired of this. Hey, get over my head! You... Okay. I did not violate the Masquerade, I just sliced and diced up someone on the streets. Oh wait, this is Prague. That's not a normal thing there. Oops. Sorry. Oh, no, no, no. Why is it that half of the game for me? Oh, frick. This is the shopping arcade. No, 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 no. This entire game for me is just running from this frickin' gas. And I do not appreciate it one freaking bit. Yes, I am invisible. Even while feeding, interesting. Okay, finally, full health. Full health, that's good. Get up here. I'm still not in the safe area. Lovely. How did you notice me? I'm fucking invisible. Respect my invisibility. Ouch! You motherfucker! What was that? Really? I finally had the invisibility and I get murdered by some dickus. I can make it! I can make it! I can make it! Don't you dare! I can make it! Fucking hell! This gas! I finally reached it and then I get murdered by it again. Holy moly! I understand it's windy, but this is extra windy. This is a freaking tornado here. Oh. Oh, wait, there's no time. Again. Fucking stop it! I'm so sick and tired of everyone trying to murder me, including this freaking gas. I had more than enough. More sting bombs. And someone trying to get me, I guess. Leave me the freak alone. Finally had a good setup, and what do I get? Well, killed. Though that is mostly how it goes for me. If I get the best items, I get murdered. If I have nothing, I do decently. But you can see, wow, how much the game changes purely by the windy variation. It's crazy. You have absolutely no time whatsoever to react to anything. We have 4 players. We have 1 there. There is an artifact there that could make me invisible, but I don't think I can pick it up, especially with the sting bomb in the way. Damn it, it's not empty. Why did I go into the sting bomb? Fair enough, that was a mistake. I'm not sure how, but I am finding a surprising amount of Nosferatu players today. What? What just happened? They downed their opponent, who was in the red gas, and then they shoved them back into the safe area and died in the gas? Wow, they pretty much gave the game to the other player. That's something.
Welcome back.
As you can see, one slight modification can make the game feel completely different, and given that I like a slower
Hey,
game pace, these windy matches are not necessarily made for me, but they introduce a bit of variety to the game, which I can appreciate. Submachine gun, silent submachine gun. And once again, it was the second conversation that gave it to us. So we have, let's see, the silenced SMG complete. So now we're only missing the minigun, the light machine gun, and the dual crossbows. And 2 of the consumables, the shotgun shells and the bolts. So you can see how these journal entries are unlocked now, and again, I find it rather interesting. I wouldn't say that this is the first or the only game that made the collectibles unlockable through conversations with NPCs, or that it was revolutionary. Because, to be honest, I haven't played that many Battle Royale games. I played Fortnite, and I played another game. I don't even know what it was called. I know it was developed by Jaeger, who, if I'm not mistaken, was the developer studio working on Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 for a time, but then they left the project, or they were fired. I honestly don't know what happened with the development of that game. But I know they had or still have a kind of Battle Royale PvE game. A bit like the new Marathon game. I think it was called The Cycle, but I'm not sure. So I don't know as many games in the genre to really compare it with this game, but I still do like how they made the collectibles have some variety. Some you unlock by talking to characters, some you unlock by completing quests, some you find as random collectibles on the map, some you find in specific locations that you get some hints about to find. So it's not just the same boring thing again and again. Also, in front of me stands a player called Pokemon OnlyFans. I just wanted to point that out. I have no judgment about it. So with that said, we reached level 22 with the Vandal, and I will continue to level up this this archetype and hopefully reach level 25 with. But now you could see how the perks are unlocked. Here we have the warrior. Though I have to admit, I don't really use these perks as much as I should. They are fun, but I just kind of play as the character is by default. But with that said, I will play 2 additional games now, even though that will go slightly over the 4-hour mark, because I really feel like I couldn't give enough justice to this archetype with all of the windy games. So let's hope we find a normal game and I will be able to show off some more impressive moves. Let's be honest, there's a good chance I will not, but that's fine. That's fine. Maybe I will get super lucky and I get thrown into a match without any actual players, just bots. As I mentioned, I'm not necessarily good at these PvP games. Most of the time I stick to the single player variety. So let's see. Let's focus. Controller in hand. Come on. You are able to attack while sliding. Yes, if you manage to actually aim. Which I can't really pull off. But I feel like that's a personal problem. Not an issue with the game. Okay. Knife, not a great weapon against Kindred, but not entirely pointless either. Well, in my own opinion, a knife should have a point. If it's pointless, that means it broke off, and that's no good. How do you supposed to stab with it? Okay. Here we go. Let's bring out that feral beast. Okay. Okay. 2 weapons. Decent start. A Bloodhunt. Well, not necessarily good, but we need the blood. And a little Bloodhunt never hurt anyone. Why are you staring at the paint? That's kind of strange. Don't hit your head. Ooh, there's something up there. I want to get up there. Now, one thing that I've seen in videos, how players use the Bruja abilities is for movement. So in many cases they use even this punch as a quick way to get down from high places, and even as a sort of a small lunge if they don't have their clan ability available at the time. So in some ways the Bruja characters are the quickest when it comes to this game specifically. Oh, that's bored. Bullseye. Sorry, I had to. Blood bag. Good. Breathing blood bag. Good. And armor. Only one. I mean, not terrible. Could be worse if it was empty. It's okay, it's okay. Actually, the alarm is an interesting part of the game as well. You can listen to them, and if you hear an alarm blaring, you can look at your map for the closest store or shop nearby and go there if you want to pick a fight. Why am I not finding anyone? I'm out for blood. That's much better. Okay. I haven't found one sanguine blood, which is rather fun. Are you insane? You almost hit me! This is for almost hitting me. Goodness. And you? I'm not sure. I don't know, but you looked at me and I'm pretty sure you wanted to shoot me. Ooh. I mean, it's already a rare one, so I don't really have to switch over. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, up we go. Oh, there was someone there? How in the did you notice me? I really wonder at times if these are all bots or people have insanely good eyes. Because I don't, but again, that's a personal problem. Hey! Oh, that's no good. Shouldn't have fell into a hole like this. Come on. Not now. Lag. Please, not now. I'm not in a good position for that. I think I have a key. Thank you. Actually, thank you like this. One good thing for us is we can crouch while putting on our armor. Why are you running around here? Come back. I need some sanguine blood. Now, one bit of strategy is actually using the civilians to your advantage. Because if you are near them or you are feeding on one of them, most enemies will not try to hit you because there's a good chance they will hit the civilian and they will be blood hunted in return. So it's good to stay close to civilians in open areas. Now let's go. Ooh, the Divine Disco. Let's see. Maybe someone is up for a dance. I can hear someone. I have no clue where they are. Pretty sure they are nearby. Oh, here you are. Oops. I don't even know what happened there. And they are immune. Don't ask me what happened there. I really do not know. Wow, they hit me hard. They got me with one of the rare weapons, or only weapons, that make you bleed and lose health over time, which is dangerous. Okay. Red gas is closing in. I kind of got in between two, which was a bad idea. Come on, I can make it. I can make it. I can make it. Don't you fucking dare. You really left the weapon. Wow. That slightly surprised me, but maybe they just didn't have time to take it. But hey, better chance for me to get it. It was somewhere here. Problem is, I don't think I can find it. Oh, come on. Really? Even in the gas, they are trying to get me? Wow, I'm popular. Because that's what success is like. You know, I don't really like it here. And again, this is a problem. If you die towards the end of the game, you lose your resources, and the timing was really bad with the gas, so I can't go back, I can't get them. There are few civilians left with potent blood, so my extra life is pretty much lost. And they didn't even care to kill that person. They don't care about the Bloodhunt at all. And let me guess, some really high level. Only 38? Wow. And unfortunately, that's how it goes. But here you can see just how little the the loading or progress bar around the circle progresses with each game. So
Good morning.
you can understand just how unbelievable reaching level 400 or 200 or even 100 is. How much time that would take to reach such levels.
I'm here.
Anything for me?
No big Dan.
No? Okay. Well, I guess one less game for us. But not sure what we should do. Let's give it another go. Maybe we will get lucky. Who knows? But even the tutorial video said you need a bit of luck. In my case, it's a lot of luck, but you know, don't get lost in the details. It's just a minute difference. All luck and barely any skill. A unique mix. Let's see if we get thrown into a lucky game. I really want to get into the action from the get-go, but most of the time I don't really find anyone, or I find someone who just murders me right away. So let's see if we can get a better position here. Let's go. If it will be a windy one again. Okay, it's not a windy one. Good. Where should we start? Mostly start at the abandoned mall, railway station. I will just let it choose randomly. Okay, let's go to Princess Haven. Oh, that's fine. Let's see, maybe this will be our lucky day. Or night. Who knows? It's time to get our hands dirty with the blood of our enemies. Okay, no time wasted. Put on the armor. Okay, someone is running from there, meaning there's a fight here. Oh, I saw you. I really feel like the AI can notice players right away without much visual confirmation, because they start shooting at you even if they are showing their backs to you, which is slightly strange. You come back, I need your blood. Thank you. Don't worry, you'll be alright. I think. That is an entity hunter. Uh-oh. How? I never understood this. How they manage to do that. Even though whenever I try to use the same exact ability, it kind of stopped whenever it hits something. I guess it needs more of a travel time to be able to pass through things. And also, why did I run into 2 enemies again at once? Why can't I have a nice little time? Okay. Enough of the complaining. We have things to do. And I have one of my worst weapons to do it. What, you don't like that? Where are you going? You thought you can get away from me? How silly you. Nah. I'm not sure if the other one got away. Possibly. Or they died. Yeah, they probably died. Now. Finally a decent fight for once. What do you mean you saw it? We were barely peeking out. It was just a passionate hug. You know, nothing serious. Dual crossbows, not really what I'm looking for here. I'm starting to see more and more how this toxic crossbow is extremely strong. Ah, thank you so much for the stretch. I greatly appreciate it. Now let's get rid of you two, because you are super annoying. I think someone is behind me and I do not like that. Was that what I think it was? Okay, it wasn't. Okay, maybe it was. Ah, come on. Yeah, it was. Again, that's why the entity is dangerous, because in a larger group they can easily kill you, and they require you to pay attention to them. But that makes you a great target of other players who want to take advantage of that. Yep, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Oh, look at that! They have little blood bags on display. Wondrous. Okay, we are back in the game. Like we never even left. Now, where was I? Oh yes, I wanted to get I wanted to get the item from here. I will not get the item from here because... as the Bruja strategist in me would say, fuck that. You've got this. Oh, I really do not think I do, but thank you for your support. Oh, there's someone. As you can see, I'm decent at aiming when the fight is more grounded. The problem is, this game is mostly about doing these acrobatic feats, which I understand is one of the unique selling points of the game. But I'm quite an old gamer, and I'm happy to just stay close to the ground. Now you come back because I need your blood. Missed me, but thank you. You see what they are doing? Jumping between the two buildings. That is one of the better strategies of high-level players. There is someone there. I'm not sure if the player that was above me left or not. I'm also not sure if I'm safe here or not, but a vampire gotta do what a vampire gotta do. Oh, how much I fucking hate when they do that. Time to put on some armor. Fucking gas. Always the gas. Always the gas. It's always the gas. I'm not sure where they went, but as long as they are not behind me, I'm okay with it. I guess I know where they went. How the fuck do you know where I am? And how did that not hit? There goes your armor. There goes mine. Ouch. How can they follow my jump on the sky? That is amazing if someone can do that. But I got an assist, and I actually have all of my blood resonances filled. Look at that, in the bottom left corner. You can see that someone is having a bad time. Okay, what do we have here? I think I should be careful. Oh, another one of those fucking invisible ones. Oh, you were a Nosferatu. That's why you were invisible. Oh, it was just a bot. I see. They got confused about what to do. And another Nosferatu. What the heck is it with Nosferatus now? Everyone is playing as a Nosferatu. Am I the only Bruja here? Please don't answer that, because I don't want to run into a shockwave. And yes, I know it's an annoying sound, but I am impatient when it comes to to heightened senses. I prefer to see where my enemies are. Nope, Camarilla Keshi here. Interesting. Holy moly! What is happening over there? Are you seriously shooting at me? You were in a firefight 2 seconds ago with someone else, and then you're like, no, I want to get your head. And also I saw that bomb flying in from the side, and thank you, but no thank you. Wow, that was impressive from them. As you can see, that's the mobility of the Bruha. I'm still alive. I don't know how, but let's not question it. Wonderful. There's another player. Oh, I'm out of extra health. That's bad. Yeah, please. Please leave me alone. Really? Yeah, that's another high level player. And you can see how they move, and this is really what the game is about, just constantly jumping to and from, and really that is what makes you efficient in this game. The thing is, and you can see all of the sliding and jumping around in moves, so the enemy never really knows where the heck you are, which I understand is the pinnacle of this game in a way, but it's not my playstyle, and that's why I accepted rather early on that I will not be good at this game. I will only try to do collecting and have some fun with the bots and the occasional players. And even here you can see the other player waited for the last possible moment to attack this player while they were killing the one on the ground. And they right away started deflecting the bullets with the katana. It was like a moment, and that's just how a player who's rather good at the game plays. That's fair, but that's not my game. So you see, even going outside into the red gas to heal, which is kind of backwards, but I mean, look at it. It's sliding, hitting the enemies all at the same time. And this player in theory is playing on PlayStation, so it's not even a PC player using a mouse and a keyboard. It's just someone who spent a lot of time in this game, and that's kind of the other thing about live service games. They are never ending, and you are required to a certain level to spend extreme amounts of time in the game to to just keep up with the things
Salutations.
that are added constantly. And I mean, I am only trying to collect one year's worth of updates here as much as I can, and the base game, and it still takes hundreds of hours just to level up. And it's one of the main reasons why I don't play these kind of games often, and I stopped playing. And with this game, when I finally got the chance, minigun, lovely. When I had the means to play it, I played it to have some fun, and then I realized I could get the trophies, and I was playing for the trophies. And I still am to a certain degree, but when I heard that it will be shutting down, I decided, okay, let's try to collect as much as possible. But it has a time limit. There is an end to it. And that is not the case if you're playing a game that is actively developed. Here's the minigun. Thank you, Kirill. So this is why I don't even start playing live service games at all when they release, or I hear about a new one. As much as I see how much people like them, they have drops on Twitch. They obviously pull views for that. They have large player bases. For me personally, it's rather insane how much time I would need to spend on playing these games. And it was actually a post on Blue Sky that I once read that made me stop playing Fortnite, besides other reasons. How someone said that it takes so much time to play these games, and most players have really long backlogs, so why not play those instead when you could play dozens of games in the same amount of time. And for some, they are okay, just playing one game, and they enjoy it. But for me, it kind of resonated with me because I have a really long backlog. I have so many horror games I want to play, and so I decided, just stop with the live service games and get to the good old horror titles. But here we have the minigun, fully automatic, very high rate of fire, 400 roundabouts, not reloadable. Yes, one of the nice ways this game balanced the minigun is you can't reload it, and it actually even mentions the other one. Rate of fire increases as the barrel spins up. So when you start, it's a bit slower, but to be honest, you can still cut down trees with it. So it has some crazy stats. But with that said, I think we are done with with today's stream. I tried to showcase this archetype as best as I could, even though I got sidetracked here and there. I didn't play as much with this archetype, which will be a reoccurring thing with the next one, since I got much more time to play the earlier ones before I started streaming the game. And now I'm kind of catching up in my progress and playing the archetypes that I haven't finished. And I mean, I'm only at level 23 here, and the next ones I haven't even started, so I might not be able to give them justice as much in my playstyle, especially because I prefer the long range combat much more. I'm not that well off when it comes to just melee combat, as much as that's the expertise of this clan. But I will be back with the next archetype on Wednesday. We have 3 of them left, and I do believe we have 5 trophies overall missing, and just a few collectibles, as it turns out. I will try to get the location ones, but I'm not sure why I can't unlock those. The item ones, it seems I will be able to get with the help of Kirill, and the octahedrons we will go on a hunt for later on. We'll see. But for now, I thank you for joining me. And let's look for someone to raid. I'm not sure whom we shall raid. We have some good options. I think today we are going to raid Caveman Jazz, who is playing Resident Evil 3, the remake. Thanks for the stream and explaining so much to us. Thank you so much for joining the stream today. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope that you will have a wonderful rest of your day or evening. After all, it's always night where I am. So we are going to raid into some good old Resident Evil 3 remake, which actually reminds me, I should return to that game, and I will, but first things first, we have to finish Bloodhunt, and after the end of this month we will probably return to some of the other games, but for now I will be back on Wednesday with more Bloodhunt, and then Friday, as you know, with some more Silent Hill 2 remake. I am certainly looking forward to that. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Please don't forget to check out my Blue Sky page if you are interested in more information, or join my Discord. You can redeem an invite here on my Twitch page. But for now, I thank you for joining me. Have a wonderful evening, and as always, good night.